Tonight, we explore the life and legacy of Theodore Roosevelt, the dynamic leader who reshaped the American presidency, from his fearless approach to reform and conservation to his role in global diplomacy. Roosevelt's story is one of relentless energy, courage, and a vision that continues to inspire. So before you get comfortable under that warm blanket, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel as always. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, let's jump into our story for tonight and hope that you get the best sleep that you deserve. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorising. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, It was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realise the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigour, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of Brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterise him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mould. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, he believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, to dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14th, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognized a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernization of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognized that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal concern for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organised the first US Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realise is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valour. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defence but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the square deal. designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, from the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds. His childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again. but this time under the banner of a new political organisation, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, a nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. This concludes our story about Theodore Roosevelt. As always, if you're still struggling to fall asleep, don't worry. We have plenty of stories lined up to help you achieve that. Many new topics are coming soon as well, so sleep tight and good night. He was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then. but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants, Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall, the haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke, Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence. Anne sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionals, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. Fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with a Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could, and it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daen in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote, She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pel's, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pel's found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pel's tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, She yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of sombre faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the Annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the Annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The Annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the Annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then, one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent, and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he'd fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated, War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognised Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates with anyone who has navigated self-doubt, family tensions, or the desire to be heard beyond that. She recorded how the rhythms of ordinary life could unravel under totalitarianism. In the face of hatred, her diary stands as both evidence and indictment, a reminder that oppression doesn't start with concentration camps, but with smaller steps of exclusion and prejudice. Though she never lived to see the liberation she craved, Anne's story has endured for generations. It's a story not only of horror, but also of the transformative power of bearing witness through art. Her diary is more than a historical artifact. It is a living conversation between past and present, warning us that the fragile freedoms we cherish must be protected. In its pages, we find the echoes of a curious, hopeful spirit, urging us to remain vigilant against the complacency that allows hatred to flourish. And so, despite her tragic end, Anne Frank's legacy carries the force of a life interrupted, but not silenced. Through her words, she continues to speak, to question, to observe, to challenge. That voice, gentle yet unwavering, reminds us that in even the darkest of times, there remains a spark of resilience ready to ignite a broader understanding of compassion, empathy, and the fragile bonds that hold us all together. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme. Failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly. But some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable, even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter. There was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one, but two gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control, so... One evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passer-by. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Courier offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Husayn, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Husayn and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Korea walked near Husayn, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Korea to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Korea's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Husayn signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Korea took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Husayn guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Korea found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Korea couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognised oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognised Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Korea to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Korea, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Korea that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Korea remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Korea lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and in hushed tones apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Karia nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Carrier's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Carrier realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garesh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garesh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Carrier clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Carrier braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Carrier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-year mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Carrier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. 2 figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Varash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved grueling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Carrier excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Carrier's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Carrier, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Carrier shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Korea felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. It was a chilly afternoon in South London at the turn of the 20th century, where a slight boy named Charlie scans the streets for small wonders. Thick soot hangs in the air, dulling wan sunlight. Cobblestone roads gleam with recent rain, while horse-drawn carriages clatter by. Passers-bys rarely notice Charlie, yet there's a glimmer in his eyes, a hint he sees possibilities others miss. At home, life is tenuous. His father, Charles Chaplin Sr., once sang in music halls, but that promise has dimmed beneath alcohol and regret. Charlie remembers nights when his father's lullabies softened the cramped walls, and others have muttered arguments. Meanwhile, his mother, Hannah, struggles to maintain equilibrium in her own fragile world. She once performed too, and sometimes urges Charlie to mimic everyday oddities. Other times, she vanishes into a haze, leaving him to wonder if his antics can reach her. Charlie hones his observational skills in their tiny flat. A single candle flickers in the hearth, casting shadows that inspire makeshift performances. He imitates a neighbour's theatrical gestures or a local gentleman's pompous stride, earning a weary smile from Hannah. Outside, Lambeth's narrow streets become his stage. He notes the lamplighter's angled stance, a stray dog's bark, the swirl of a violin from a pub. Where others see grime, he sees comedic fodder. His older half-brother, Sidney, is more practical, working odd jobs and scolding Charlie for daydreaming. However, even Sidney is unable to overlook Charlie's ability to elicit laughter with a simple roll of the eyes or a humorous bow. Their bond, forged by hunger and transience, is a fragile lifeline. When hunger gnaws louder than any applause, Charlie lurks behind a local theatre. He peers through half-closed doors at rehearsals, mesmerised by fluttering curtains and swirling costumes. Sometimes a stagehand shoos him away, other times he's allowed a few minutes to soak in the magic. Back home, he reenacts what he's witnessed, stumbling in time to imaginary music or making Hannah chuckle with a pratfall. Poverty grows relentless. Hannah's grip on reality wavers until authorities intervene, placing Charlie in a workhouse. The regimented routine is harsh, a stark contrast to the cramped flat. Yet he refuses to be crushed. Late at night, he entertains the other children by mimicking the warden's stiff poses or parodying petty quarrels. Laughter becomes a brief reprieve from fear. After his workhouse stint, Charlie returns to a London changed by his mother's decline. He finds a spot in a children's dance troupe by mixing clumsy flailing with sudden bursts of comedic timing. That audition marks his first real step onto a public stage. The touring schedule is grueling, cramped trains, threadbare costumes, but applause, however faint, sparks new hope. Sidney helps manage what little they earn, convinced show business might be their only escape from poverty. Charlie's comedic flair grows, shaped by Theodore, the everyday misfortunes he observes. If he sees a fruit seller trip, he'll practice that motion later, perfecting it until it's hilarious yet strangely touching. Each pratfall or wide-eyed stare draws from real life, turning ordinary mishaps into moments that transcend dire circumstances. Though the future remains uncertain, Charlie's heart beats to the tempo of creative mischief. Even as he frets over Hannah's well-being, he senses destiny tugging him forward. The boy with the curious gaze is no mere spectator. He's an alchemist, spinning hardship into comedic vignettes. These youthful experiments foreshadow a voice that will one day captivate audiences worldwide. For now, Charlie stages any street corner he can find, and his greatest reward is the unifying power of shared laughter. He still remembers how his father's lullabies once soared through the night, a momentary balm against hunger pangs and the bitter taste of fear. Sometimes, just before dawn, Charlie would lie awake, dreaming of a stage where sorrow could be recast as joy. In these idle moments, he memorized the rhythms of laughter, how it could erupt from even the bleakest circumstances. If a drunken neighbour stumbled, Charlie transformed it into a dance step that sparked grins. No matter how drab the alleyways, he found a spark to kindle his imagination. He sensed a well-timed tumble could lift weary spirits, even briefly. Those small victories fueled him. Amid the city's grey skies and lingering coal dust, Charlie found colour in humour, layering each new insight into his evolving repertoire. Unbeknownst to the crowds who passed him by, he was already practising for a role far larger than any shabby stay could contain. He was resolute. Charlie's mother, Hannah, succumbs to deeper mental fragility, and officials place him in a workhouse. Suddenly, the cramped familiarity of home is replaced by rigid schedules and faceless corridors. Children cry quietly, their hope eroding under stern watch. In this dreary labyrinth, Charlie clings to memories of Hannah's half-smiles and the musty warmth of dimly lit music halls. At night, he entertains the other kids, imitating wardens or reenacting staff disputes. Laughter, however faint, punctures the gloom. His stay is brief, thanks to sympathetic relatives who reunite him with Sydney. But Hannah's condition has worsened. At times, she acknowledges them, but at other moments, her own sorrow overwhelms her. Charlie's small comedic routines become lifelines, offering a glimmer of normalcy when all else fades. He auditions for a children's dance troupe with raw comedic timing, stumbling and flailing in ways that somehow shine. Despite threadbare clothes, he stands out, capturing the leader's curiosity. Soon, he tours dingy stages and half-full halls. Applause, however modest, affirms that he's more than his circumstances. Sydney manages logistics, scrounging for bookings. Both believe that if Charlie can succeed, they might secure better care for Hannah. Charlie refines each movement, storing real-life encounters for future skits. A pompous conductor or a clumsy fruit vendor sparks new routines. Observing life's contradictions becomes second nature. The schedule is grueling, nights in cold rooms, uncertain pay, unpredictable crowds. Yet each performance is a chance to spark joy. He learns timing is vital. Hold a pose too long and the gag falls flat. Collaboration with fellow acts teaches him to blend multiple comedic beats into a cohesive show. Hannah remains in his thoughts. Letters from home describe her fluctuating moods. Each laugh he conjures feels like a plea for her recovery, a silent vow to return triumphant. Through comedic alchemy, he tries to transform personal anguish into fleeting happiness. Small theatre ads begin to mention his name, labelling him an energetic comic. He meets older performers, many jaded by showbiz. Seeing their cynicism, Charlie resolves to remain hopeful. Performance, he believes, can be more than a paycheck. It can be an escape from bleakness. Though still young, he feels pressure to evolve. As the troupe's childlike novelty wears off, he adapts, weaving physical comedy into more refined sketches. He notices audiences respond to sincerity, even amid pratfalls. He aims to bridge the gap between comedic caricature and heartfelt empathy, so that wealthy patrons and struggling labourers alike find a piece of themselves in his act. A fresh uncertainty lingers. Adolescence creeps in, and he wonders how long he can play the endearing child. Yet each new show steels his resolve. He's tasted the rush of approval and the ache of indifference. Both drive him forward. Through it all, Hannah's plight remains the quiet drumbeat beneath every routine. Sydney's unwavering faith helps Charlie persevere. It's not just ambition fueling him, it's a sense of responsibility that has him perfecting pratfalls long after others stop rehearsing. If performance can grant even a fleeting reprieve from misery, Charlie is determined to seize it. By the close of this chapter, he stands at a threshold. Show business offers a path he can't fully envision, yet its promise glows brighter than any alternative. Each time he stumbles on stage, the audience's laughter reassures him that life need not be defined by poverty and sorrow. He's found a portal to possibility, one that might lift Hannah from her despair and validate the dreams he cradles. Without fanfare, Charlie ventures onward, believing in the subtle power of laughter to reshape a fate long overshadowed by hardship. He meticulously observes how a silence can intensify a punchline, or how a single raised eyebrow can convey a powerful message. During dreary train rides, he imagines new scenarios that blend humour with pathos, each crafted to nudge the audience's hearts. Sometimes, stagehands roll their eyes at his perfectionism, but Charlie feels compelled to push his talent further. He learns to spot a crowd's energy from the wings, guessing whether they crave slapstick or subtler pantomime. During these early years, he begins to understand the transformative power of comedy. It serves as a comfort against fear and a subtle jab at life's harsh realities. Even the simplest gag can spark unity among strangers. What began as a mere means to eat and survive now feels like a calling that transcends the drabness of London's underbelly. For Charlie, each new routine is a promise that better days might lie ahead. He yearns to be a spark, igniting hope wherever shadows. Charlie's teenage years arrive with dizzying changes. His time in small revues and children's troupes evolves into appearances at modest music halls. He expands his comedic repertoire, practicing pratfalls and silent gags in threadbare dressing rooms. In each performance, he earns an uncanny ability to mimic life's quirks, be it the haughty nod of a station master or the timid shuffle of a stray dog. Every odd job or peculiar encounter in London's streets provides him with new material to refine. Money remains scarce, and Hannah's health teeters, yet Charlie's sense of purpose intensifies. He's drawn to the spotlight, not just for applause, but for the electricity it brings, a fleeting connection between performer and audience that feels transformative. Sydney stays close, offering both fraternal advice and business acumen. They share an unspoken pact to keep Hannah's well-being at the forefront of their ambitions. If Charlie can climb higher in the entertainment world, perhaps there will be funds to secure better care for her. Opportunity soon knocks in the form of a vaudeville act looking for fresh talent. Charlie seizes the chance. Stepping into a larger circuit that promises slightly better wages and exposure, he discovers an industry brimming with eccentric personalities. Jaded comedians who cling to worn-out routines, dancers who sparkle on stage but sob in back alleys, and promoters who talk of fame but pay with coins that barely cover a meal. Charlie navigates it all with a mix of wonder and guarded optimism, gleaning hard lessons about showbiz's fickle nature. On stage, he amplifies his comedic style. His routines feature rapid-fire physical antics interspersed with brief moments of pathos, a balance that intrigues audiences. Unlike some comedians who rely solely on slapstick, Charlie finds that a touch of vulnerability elicits deeper laughter, a camaraderie that bridges social divides. Even the rowdiest crowds quiet when he punctuates a bumbling pratfall with a wistful look, as though yearning for a gentler world. This blend of humour and heart gradually becomes his calling card, a nascent hint of what he'll later perfect in silent cinema. Travelling across England, he sees communities battered by the inequality and jobs lost to new machinery. It resonates with his memories of squalor and hunger, and he weaves these realities into his sketches. Sometimes, a simple gesture, a battered hat doffed at just the right moment, leaves an audience laughing yet oddly moved. He senses that comedy can highlight life's injustices without preaching. The applause that ensues frequently carries a hint of relief, as if laughter serves as the sole remedy for a chaotic world. Then, the Fred Karno Company beckons. Known for elaborate slapstick sketches and precise comedic timing, Karno's troupe is respected in vaudeville circles. After a swift audition in a cramped rehearsal room, Charlie is hired. Instantly, he steps into an environment where discipline matters as much as inspiration. Rehearsals stretch late into the night, every tumble carefully choreographed. Karno insists on meticulous synchronization. No comedic beat is left to chance. Charlie revels in this rigorous approach, discovering that the best gags require exact timing and intense focus. Karno's ensemble soon prepares to tour America, a land of mythic proportions in Charlie's eyes. Crossing the Atlantic on a crowded steamship, he feels the hum of possibility. The moment he steps onto American soil, he's overwhelmed by the frenetic energy of New York City. Towering skyscrapers, flashing electric lights, and melting pot neighborhoods ignite his curiosity. As Karno's troupe traverses the vaudeville circuit, Charlie devours fresh inspirations, the swagger of street vendors, the lilting drawl in a Mississippi town, and the raucous laughter of Midwestern audiences, performing night after night. He refines his craft under the pressure of instantaneous audience feedback. American theatregoers are rowdier and quicker to judge, but also lavish in their praise if they sense authenticity. Charlie's brand of physical comedy, tinged with empathy, resonates across state lines. He relishes each stage as a blank canvas to test new moves, contort his face into improbable expressions and spark roars of laughter. Here, pantomime transcends language. He doesn't need words to communicate longing, mischief, or sorrow. Between shows, he writes letters to Sydney, who remains in England to watch over Hannah. The updates brim with excitement at his American experiences, yet a thread of worry snakes through every line. Charlie wonders if each successful performance might bring him a step closer to the stability they crave, or if show business is as precarious in the States as it was back home. When the troupe reaches California, sun-drenched and teeming with new film studios, he grows restless. Rumours abound that moving pictures are the future of entertainment. While some older comics scoff, Charlie senses a fresh frontier. If he can convey so much with a simple gesture on stage, imagine what he could accomplish on camera, where expressions can be magnified for all to see. At the conclusion of the tour, Charlie finds himself in a precarious situation. Vaudeville has sharpened his comedic instincts, but the emerging world of film entices him. He's spent years learning how to craft a story with stumbles and glances rather than words. In this new medium, such skills might find their perfect home. Unsure how or when, he clings to the hope that his path will soon lead to film, a place where his silent eloquence might speak volumes. In his pocket, he keeps a note from Sydney detailing Hannah's improving spirits. That alone fortifies him. Each passing show intensifies his sense of a destiny he's just beginning to envision. Fortunately, Max Sennett, the head of the Keystone Film Company, notices Charlie's increasingly captivating stage presence. Intrigued by the wiry comedian who stirs laughter with a twitch of an eyebrow, Sennett offers him a short-term contract. Hesitant yet curious, Charlie steps onto a Keystone set in early 1914, surrounded by banana peels, frenzied chases, and broad slapstick scenes. The chaos is exhilarating, but the film process is unlike anything he's known. There's no native audio or audience to gauge his performance, just a camera that captures every move in stark finality. He soon embraces the novelty of it. Film allows multiple takes and close-ups that highlight his subtle expressions. Where vaudeville demanded exaggerated gestures to reach the back row, the camera reveals nuance, an eye roll, a knowing smirk, a delayed double take. Charlie revels in these details, quickly learning to craft comedic moments that linger. Audiences see these short reels in Nickelodeons across the country, giggling at the ungainly newcomer whose rubbery movements and distinctive moustache leave a lasting impression. Keystone churns out comedies at breakneck speed. The storylines are paper-thin, a love triangle here, a pie fight there, car chases zigzagging through city streets. Charlie, however, suspects that slapstick can be more than mere chaos. When he's given leeway to direct, he experiments, injecting small doses of empathy into the humour. A fleeting moment where his character sighs or appears embarrassed adds emotional texture to the pratfalls. Before long, his bowler hat, oversized pants and cane transform into a recognisable persona, still unnamed but undeniably distinct. He invests it with a humanity that resonates, even in the midst of Keystone's manic energy. Fame creeps up on him. Moviegoers start referring to him as the little fellow or the tramp, enthralled by his comedic oddities. Newspapers run blurbs praising his rubber-limbed antics. Charlie is still young and uncertain, yet he can't deny the sweet rush of public adoration. He sends bigger money orders back home, hoping Sydney can keep Hannah comfortable. Each success feels like a lifeline extended to the mother he fears he may never see fully healed. However, success within Keystone brings friction. The studio has its established methods, fast production, broad comedy, and Sennett grows uneasy with Charlie's desire for more control. Tensions rise when Charlie requests extra time to perfect a gag or begs for an additional shot to highlight a subtle reaction. While Sennett appreciates box office returns, he views Charlie's meticulous approach as disruptive. There are grumblings among the other comedians too, some of whom resent his rapid rise, yet Charlie can't help pushing boundaries. He believes that true comedy emerges from sincerity, not just frantic mano movement. Eventually, lured by a more generous offer, Charlie leaves Keystone for the S&A Film Manufacturing Company. There, he negotiates greater creative freedom. It's at S&A that he refines the tramp persona, melding slapstick with pathos in ways that both tickle and tug at the heart. Films like The Tramp and Work introduce audiences to a bumbling yet noble character who combats life's indignities with resilience. In these shorts, Charlie's comedic set pieces dance hand in hand with quiet moments of longing, ensuring viewers laugh even as they sense a deeper undercurrent of vulnerability. Critics soon hail him as a comedic genius. His paychecks swell, studios scramble to outbid each other, and fans clamour for the next release. Yet behind the scenes, Charlie grapples with isolation. Hollywood's glitz doesn't erase his memories of threadbare clothes or the heartbreak of seeing Hannah slip away. Private dinners with industry magnates feel hollow, overshadowed by a longing for genuine connection. He writes letters to Sydney, pouring out doubts about whether he's simply dressing up old poverty in new silk, or if he's truly forging a path that matters. When he signs with the Mutual Film Corporation in 1916, the salary is astronomical for its time. More importantly, he secures near total autonomy on set. He directs, writes, stars, and even begins composing musical cues. This level of control, unheard of for most entertainers, lets him craft two real comedies that blend clowning with incisive satire. Each short film boldly explores comedic boundaries, all the while retaining an undeniable tenderness at its core. The public, eager for such inventive humour, devours them. By the close of Part 4, Charlie stands not just as a stage performer who dabbled in film, but as a movie pioneer shaping the language of silent comedy. His trademark shuffle, cane twirl, and half smile enchant audiences worldwide. Still, he's restless. The medium brims with unrealised potential, and he wants to test its limits. Even as he savours each new project, a spark in him yearns for something grander, a longer format to explore deeper narratives without sacrificing laughter. The worry that fortunes can change abruptly hovers in the back of his mind. But for now, in those silent reels, he's found an outlet for the empathy and mischief he first nurtured on London streets. With each new contract, Charlie's creative aspirations escalate. Mutual grants him near complete freedom, and his two reel comedies draw record profits. His Chaplin studios soon rise in Los Angeles, a testament to how far he's come from Lambeth's soot-laden alleys. Here, he fashions sets on a whim and refines comedic bits to exacting degrees. Prop men scramble to satisfy his sudden inspirations, while extras wait, intrigued by his meticulous approach. Some marvel at his devotion to scenes that run only a few minutes on screen, but Charlie insists every frame carry his unmistakable stamp. Now that he earns a fortune, Hollywood's high life beckons, yet he feels uneasy about opulence. Those who endured real poverty rarely shake its memory. Charlie prefers to pour resources into perfecting each film. His silent creations, like Easy Street or The Immigrant, layer pratfalls with social commentary. Even as audiences howl with laughter, they glimpse heartbreak in the tramp's eyes, the reflection of a man who's known desperation. Critics praise his artistry, calling his work a blend of whimsy and empathy, a comedic mirror held up to the tumult of everyday life. However, just as he settles into his routine, a sudden shift occurs. The silent era stands on the verge of a seismic transformation, the invention of talkies. Some studios embrace recorded sound with giddy excitement, certain it will revolutionize film. Others fear it might cheapen the universal language of pantomime. Charlie watches these developments warily. His art relies on expressive gesture. Wouldn't spoken dialogue fragment the broad appeal that made the tramp beloved worldwide? He's torn between clinging to silence and experimenting with sound. For a time, he sidesteps the issue by pushing silent film to new heights. Shoulder Arms, set amid the trenches of World War I, merges slapstick with the wartime satire, resonating with soldiers and families seeking a glimmer of hope in dark times. Audiences hail it as a testament to comedy's power to sustain morale. His studio becomes a bustling creative hive. Carpenters hammer away at elaborate sets, while musical directors work in tandem to ensure that live orchestras can perfectly underscore each comedic beat. As the 1920s roar on, silent cinema flowers, and Charlie stands at its pinnacle. Alongside other legends, he's revered for forging a distinct comedic grammar, close-ups that capture a flicker of pathos, comedic sequences that unfold like orchestrated ballets. Yet the clamour for sound intensifies. Films like The Jazz Singer stun Hollywood by demonstrating that moviegoers will pay to hear performers speak and sing. Investors in Charlie's ventures become restless, doubting his ability to navigate the new sonic storm. Unwilling to jump blindly, Charlie moves cautiously. His next major project, The Circus, remains silent, showcasing the tramp amid lion cages and high-wire antics. The production is fraught, financial woes, technical snags, and a dissolving marriage all burden Charlie's spirit. However, despite his constant editing and re-editing, the core of the comedy remains unwavering. When the film premieres in 1928, audiences roar with laughter and tears. For Charlie, it's validation that silence, if wielded thoughtfully, can still conquer hearts. Behind the scenes, he wrestles with personal turbulence. Tabloids feast on his tumultuous romances, painting him as both genius and scoundrel. Hollywood thrives on scandal, and Charlie's rising fame makes him a prime target. He yearns for a quiet refuge to develop his ideas without constant scrutiny. Instead, he juggles public expectations, legal entanglements, and the relentless pulse of show business. Though reclusive by nature, he forces himself to mingle at lavish parties, aware that isolation can be as perilous as exposure. Gradually, he warms to the possibilities of sound, provided it can enhance rather than overshadow the silent charms of his tramp. By the end of the decade, he's toying with the idea of partially synchronized scores, using orchestras and effects to accentuate, not replace, pantomime. The talkies persist in their assault, yet Charlie decides to confront them according to his own terms. His worldview insists that laughter needs no translation, that a raised eyebrow or sly grin can transcend barriers words might construct. As the 1930s approach, Charlie contemplates taking bolder risks. Silent shorts have sufficed thus far, but cinematic evolution beckons him to attempt larger, more cohesive stories. Society, too, is in flux, teetering from the affluence of the Roaring Twenties toward ominous economic shadows. If the tramp was once a whimsical figure scrounging for dignity, perhaps now he might speak for an entire generation on the brink of upheaval. Standing atop the industry he helped define, Charlie faces the question: how to keep silent film's poetic essence alive while stepping into a future brimming with sound. The Great Depression grinds the world down, yet Charlie presses on, determined to show that humour can still provide solace. Despite intensifying pressure to produce talkies, he chooses to release City Lights in 1931, nearly silent except for a musical score and a few sound effects. Many in Hollywood consider him foolhardy, warning that audiences now crave spoken dialogue. Charlie ignores them. The tale of the tramp and a blind flower girl unfolds in pantomime, underscored by poignant music. At the premiere, the audience's reaction is electric. Some weep, others cheer, but all rise to applaud a film that reaffirms silent cinema's unique power. Bolstered by City Lights, Charlie attempts a daring encore with Modern Times, released in 1936. Once again, the tramp remains essentially voiceless, caught in a whirlwind of assembly lines, gears, and mechanized modernity. The film skewers industrial dehumanization, reflecting the anxieties of a workforce battered by the Depression. As comedic as it is, Modern Times bristles with social commentary, drawing on Charlie's own memories of poverty. The final frame, with the tramp wandering an open road, suggests a blend of hope and uncertainty emblematic of the era. Yet the political climate darkens further. Totalitarian regimes rise in Europe and war clouds loom. Charlie, who has always viewed humour as a universal unifier, now feels compelled to act. He pours his energies into The Great Dictator, a bold satire targeting fascism. This time he speaks. Casting himself as both a ruthless dictator and a humble Jewish barber, he delivers monologues that lampoon tyranny and plead for common humanity. Critics wonder if the public will accept him in a role so overtly political. But upon its 1940 release, the film provokes huge debate and garners massive acclaim. The final speech, an impassioned call for empathy, becomes one of cinema's most memorable moments. This newfound outspokenness, however, places Charlie in the crosshairs of an American society entering a period of heightened paranoia. As war escalates, patriotism takes on rigid contours. Charlie's British citizenship and vocal opinions on global affairs spark suspicion. Gossip magazines spin narratives about his private life, labelling him a radical or worse. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, compiles files on him. His open disdain for bigotry and his sympathy for the underprivileged are recast by some as communist sympathies. Even so, Charlie clings to the belief that laughter can diffuse hatred. He attends charity events, pushes for war relief efforts, and speaks out against discrimination. Meanwhile, personal setbacks mount. Controversial relationships, painful fall, divorces, and grueling legal battles keep him in the headlines. He tries to shield his children from the spectacle, wrestling with the chasm between his comedic persona and the scrutiny that dogs him day and night. His extravagant lifestyle, once a symbol of success, now feeds criticism. Enemies portray him as an out-of-touch celebrity meddling in political issues. With the end of World War II, relief is short-lived. A fresh wave of suspicion engulfs Hollywood as the Cold War dawns. Government committees investigate subversive elements in entertainment, and Charlie's name surfaces repeatedly. He defends himself in newspapers, maintaining his stance that comedy must be free to question authority. Still, the tide of public opinion begins to shift. Audiences that once embraced his universal humour grow uneasy at the glare of controversy, leaving Charlie torn between speaking his conscience and preserving his beloved tramp's image. Under these pressures, he completes Monsieur Verdoux, a dark comedy exploring the ethics of murder for profit. Audiences, expecting playful slapstick, are jarred by the film's biting social commentary. Reviews are mixed, and critics argue over whether Charlie has gone too far. Some hail the film as bold satire, others label it unpatriotic. The box office takes a hit. Charlie notices that for the first time in decades his work struggles to find unqualified acclaim. Compounding his woes, the government questions his moral fitness to remain in the country. Departing for the European premiere of Limelight, he learns mid-voyage that his re-entry permit has been revoked. Effectively exiled from the nation where he built his career, Charlie grapples with the realization that the comedic persona cherished by millions has become politically untenable. Headlines proclaim him a banished provocateur, while supporters decry the move as an injustice. Stunned but unbowed, he settles in Switzerland, left to wonder how the tramp's gentle spirit led to such conflict. Switzerland's quiet lakes and lofty peaks become Charlie's new backdrop, stark contrast to the glare of Hollywood Klieg lights. Denied re-entry to the United States, he settles with his family in a spacious estate, hoping to find peace. Yet even from this alpine refuge he feels the sting of exile. Newspapers worldwide clamour for comment on his banishment. Some condemn America's actions, seeing paranoia run amok. Others chastise Charlie for voicing political views that overstepped his comedic domain. Despite the swirl of controversy, he refuses to retire in bitterness. He channels his restless creativity into new projects, penning ideas for films and writing reflective articles. Time, once a scarce resource in Hollywood's ceaseless churn, now stretches out. He strolls through Swiss villages, occasionally recognised by locals. While no longer hounded by paparazzi, he senses the ache of severed roots. The nation he once considered a second home has slammed its doors, and he wonders if the tramp's universal appeal holds any sway in an era so divided by ideology. In 1957, Charlie releases A King in New York, a satirical jab at American commercialism and paranoia. Filmed in Europe, it portrays a dethroned monarch bewildered by a society obsessed with television ads and witch hunts. Critics see a thinly veiled reflection of Charlie's own banishment. In America, distribution is spotty, with some theatres refusing to show the film. Overseas, it draws praise for its wit, if also sadness at how personal the subject matter feels. Through biting humour, Charlie processes his disillusionment. Meanwhile, his personal life finds stability with his wife, Una O'Neill, 2 decades his junior yet a nurturing presence. Their growing family fills the Swiss estate with laughter, a solace that eases the sting of isolation. Charlie's children know him as a sometimes strict, always imaginative father who regales them with improvised pantomimes. He composes music and revisits past triumphs, gradually shaping the narrative that will become his autobiography. Though ostracised by some, he remains beloved by many abroad, receiving invitations to film retrospectives that hail him as a pioneer of cinematic art. Once McCarthyism fades, the political landscape shifts, leading revisionist perspectives to perceive Charlie's exile as a tragic overreach. Young critics rediscover his silent classics, enthralled by the physical genius that transcends language. University film clubs screen The Gold Rush and City Lights, sparking debates on how comedy can blend with social insight. Students pen essays dissecting the tramp's endearing shuffle, passing each comedic beat as a subtle stand against tyranny and despair. As the 1960s roll into the 1970s, reverence for Charlie Chaplin swells anew. Hollywood, bruised by past fanaticism, grows eager to reconcile. In 1972, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences extends an olive branch, an honorary Oscar for his immeasurable contributions to film. Nervous yet touched, Charlie ventures back to the United States for the first time in 2 decades. Stepping onto the Oscar stage, he receives a prolonged standing ovation. Stars, directors, and longtime fans erupt in cheers, wiping tears as the once-shunned legend stands frail but dignified. Overcome, Charlie offers a humble bow, and for a moment it's as if the storms of suspicion and anger never raged. Returning to Switzerland, he lives out his final years in relative peace. While he continues to write, compose, and occasionally entertain friends with impromptu routines, his days of cinematic glory are largely behind him. Yet the world refuses to forget his legacy. Fans from every continent make pilgrimages to pay homage, some leaving heartfelt letters at his gate. They speak of how the tramp's comedic resilience gave them hope in hard times. Charlie's eyes still light up at the notion that simple pantomime can thread together disparate souls. On Christmas Day 1977, Charlie Chaplin sadly passed away in his sleep. Tributes poured in, bridging cultural divides that once loomed so large. No one can deny the colossal imprint he left on cinema and on laughter itself. Across decades of triumph, scandal and exile, he insisted that humour was more than escapism. It was a lifeline, a mirror, a gentle nudge toward empathy. From the cramped tenements of South London to sold-out theatres around the globe, Charlie's journey testified that even the humblest beginnings can spark a revolution of joy. The tramp, that perpetual underdog, endures as a symbol of resilience in a world quick to judge and slow to forgive. And in the hush that follows his passing, countless admirers recall the quiet dignity and timeless mischief of a man who spoke volumes, whether he chose to speak aloud or not. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their house of wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al-Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Mariam bint Said, cast an eye over Al-Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Husayn observed Mariam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al-Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Al-Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al-Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al-Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al-Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described, behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al-Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al-Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al-Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al-Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library, derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al-Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dockworkers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al-Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al-Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al-Husayn, It was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Husayn brought his notebooks, Eunice's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Husayn jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Tawfik urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfik guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfik pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Tawfik secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then, in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway, intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor, a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritizing the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al-Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognized partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small studies room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tulia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tulia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tulia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless, determined not to stand idle. Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim it a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tulia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tulia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realized that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nicia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nicia's arrest. The praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nicia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nicia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nicia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nicia's plight, emphasising that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realised, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nicia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nicia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nicia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realise those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nisia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nisia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guards' hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nisia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realize how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nisia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nisia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nisia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognized that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, and emphasize how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic. Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nisia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nisia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nisia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Roosevelt everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern, he confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nisia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nisia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nisia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nisia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nisia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nisia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. "Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers." Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nisia has always shown respect for the emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nisia's inquisitiveness and metabour aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tullia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nicia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment." Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nitia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nicia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nicia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. "I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nicia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious." Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. "However," Saturninus continued, "the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord." A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. "We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy." Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. "I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning." He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. "And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks." Aurelia felt her hopes waver. "Is there truly no room for clemency?" she asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. "I can arrange for Nicia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct." Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, Your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nisia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nisia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nisia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger, but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nisia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nisia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nisia inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nisia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nisia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nisia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nisia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nisia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nisia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nisia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nisia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nisia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nisia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nisia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nisia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nisia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tullia explained. No more indefinite limbo. Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nisia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nisia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nisia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nisia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nisia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nisia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nisia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nisia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nisia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nisia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. We did it, she said softly. You're free, Nisia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nisia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, Stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realised that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly. each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, He composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, an infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms, if a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed. He was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticised Faustina for her independent demeanour, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims, all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast adviser. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. It is the 3rd century BCE in the ancient city of Syracuse, a bustling Greek settlement on the island of Sicily. The air is filled with the scent of the sea carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The streets are alive with merchants, artisans and scholars, their voices blending into a harmonious hum. Among these people walks a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity, his mind constantly searching for answers to questions most people do not think to ask. This boy is Archimedes. Born to a family of intellect and privilege, Archimedes' father, Phidias, is an astronomer who nurtures his son's love for learning. From a young age, Archimedes is fascinated by the world around him. The way the stars move across the night sky, the precise mechanics of gears and levers, the simple yet profound mysteries of numbers, all of these captivate his developing mind. He spends his days asking questions, pondering problems and seeking answers in the natural world. As Archimedes grows, his thirst for knowledge takes him beyond the borders of Syracuse. He travels to Alexandria in Egypt, a renowned centre of learning, home to the great library of Alexandria. Here he studies alongside the brightest minds of his time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He dives deep into the works of great thinkers, geometry, physics, astronomy. Each new concept fuels his passion for discovery, and his mind sharpens with each lesson learned. Upon returning to Syracuse, Archimedes dedicates himself to a life of study and invention. He spends his days in quiet contemplation, often retreating to his study or wandering the shores of the sea. His mind dances with ideas, equations, and theories. He is not concerned with wealth or fame, but with understanding the fundamental principles that govern the universe. One of his most famous discoveries begins in a moment of quiet observation. The story goes that King Hero II, ruler of Syracuse, asks Archimedes to determine whether a crown made for him is pure gold, or if the goldsmith has mixed in lesser metals. Pondering this problem, Archimedes relaxes into a warm bath, the water rippling around him. As he lowers his body into the tub, he notices how the water rises, displaced by his form. In that instant, a revelation strikes him, the principle of buoyancy. He realizes that by measuring how much water an object displaces, he can determine its density and thus its purity. Overcome with excitement, he leaps from the bath and runs through the streets shouting, "Eureka! Eureka!" Greek for "I have found it." This moment, though simple, is a breakthrough in science and engineering, demonstrating Archimedes' brilliance and his ability to find solutions in the most ordinary of experiences. This principle, now known as Archimedes' principle, lays the foundation for understanding buoyancy and density, concepts that will influence science for centuries to come. Archimedes' work continues to expand. He is fascinated by the power of simple machines and begins to develop tools and mechanisms that demonstrate the incredible potential of levers, pulleys, and screws. He famously declares, "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." These words reflect his deep understanding of the mechanical advantage provided by levers. He designs ingenious contraptions such as the Archimedean screw, a device used to raise water for irrigation and drainage. This invention, with its elegant spiral structure, helps farmers move water efficiently and will continue to be used for centuries in different parts of the world. Archimedes' mind does not rest. He explores the mysteries of geometry, calculating areas, volumes and surfaces with astonishing precision. He develops formulas for the areas of circles, the volumes of spheres, and the properties of parabolas. His work on the mathematics of shapes lays the groundwork for calculus, a field that will not fully develop until many centuries later. In addition to his theoretical work, Archimedes applies his knowledge to practical problems. Syracuse faces threats from rival powers, and Archimedes' inventions become tools of defense. He designs war machines, catapults, cranes, and even rumoured death rays that use mirrors to focus sunlight and set enemy ships ablaze. These devices, products of his genius, help protect his city from invaders. Yet for all his achievements, Archimedes remains humble, his mind always focused on the pursuit of truth. His days are spent drawing diagrams in the sand, solving equations and pondering the mysteries of the universe. His joy lies not in the recognition of others, but in the quiet satisfaction of discovery. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine Archimedes in his study, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminating the scrolls and diagrams spread before him. The gentle sound of waves drifts through an open window, a soothing rhythm that accompanies his thoughts. The air is filled with the faint scent of parchment and seawater. In this moment of stillness, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet celebration of the mind's limitless potential. Archimedes' life, though dedicated to discovery, ends in a moment of tragic misunderstanding. During the siege of Syracuse by the Roman army, the city falls despite its defences. As the soldiers enter, Archimedes is engrossed in his work, drawing a mathematical diagram in the sand. A Roman soldier approaches him, but Archimedes, absorbed in his thoughts, asks the soldier not to disturb his circles. In a tragic instant, the soldier strikes him down, unaware of the brilliance of the man before him. But though his life is cut short, Archimedes' legacy endures. His discoveries, his inventions, and his insights into the world of mathematics and physics continue to inspire generations. His work becomes the foundation for future scientists, engineers, and thinkers, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and intellect. As you drift further into sleep, let the story of Archimedes remind you of the beauty of exploration, the joy of discovery, and the quiet power of the mind. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how simple or complex, is a journey worth taking. Each question we ask, each problem we solve, brings us closer to understanding the wonders of the world. As you sink deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the wisdom and wonder of Archimedes' life continue to guide your thoughts. His journey was one of relentless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Even now, centuries later, his discoveries ripple through time, touching the modern world in ways both seen and unseen. Picture the quiet streets of ancient Syracuse once more. The sun has set and the city is cloaked in twilight. The gentle sound of the sea rolls in the distance, its waves washing softly against the stone walls of the harbour. Lanterns flicker along the narrow alleyways, casting warm pools of light onto the cobbled streets. Somewhere in this peaceful setting, Archimedes walks slowly, his mind alive with thoughts and ideas. He's at ease, his steps unhurried, the weight of his questions a welcome companion rather than a burden. This tranquility reflects a life devoted to understanding, to peeling back the layers of the world to reveal the beauty beneath. Archimedes saw the universe as a grand puzzle, one that could be unravelled with patience, logic, and observation. He understood that the smallest discoveries could lead to the grandest truths, that even the most complex problems could be solved by breaking them down into their simplest forms. Imagine him standing by the shoreline, the breeze rustling his robes, the salty air filling his lungs. He gazes out at the expanse of the sea, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky. In his mind, the sea is not just a vast body of water, but a dynamic system governed by principles he can explore and understand. To Archimedes, every wave, every ripple tells a story of motion, force, and balance. His world is alive with meaning, a canvas on which the laws of nature are painted with exquisite detail. He returns to his workshop, a quiet space filled with scrolls, diagrams, and tools of his trade. The air carries the scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood. The room is dimly lit by the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing gently. Archimedes leans over a table strewn with geometric figures and mechanical designs. His fingers trace the lines of a new invention, his mind focused yet serene. Each stroke of his quill, each measurement, is a step in his never-ending quest to understand the world more deeply. His life reminds us that knowledge is not just power, it is also peace. The act of learning, of discovering, brings with it a calm certainty, a quiet joy. Archimedes found solace in his work, in the simple yet profound pleasure of solving a problem, of uncovering a truth that lay hidden just beneath the surface. His discoveries were not just for his time, but for all time, a gift to future generations who would build upon his legacy. Allow your mind to rest in this world of gentle discovery, where questions are welcomed and answers are earned through patience and insight. Let the image of Archimedes' quiet contemplation bring you comfort. His life shows us that there is beauty in thought, in exploration, in the pursuit of knowledge. No problem is too large, no challenge too daunting when faced with a calm and determined mind. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel a sense of calm curiosity settle over you. The worries of the day drift away, replaced by the stillness of this moment. The gentle rhythm of your breath becomes the heartbeat of your own quiet discoveries. Like Archimedes, you're free to explore the depths of your thoughts, to wonder, to question, and to dream. The soft lapping of waves on the shore echoes in the distance, a soothing sound that anchors you to a place of peace. The stars twinkle faintly above, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie before you. Archimedes understood that the universe, vast and mysterious, is a place of endless wonder. and as you drift further into sleep, you too are part of that wonder, a being of thought, curiosity, and potential. Imagine the warmth of a gentle sun rising over the horizon, casting its golden light across the quiet city of Syracuse. The world awakens slowly, the streets coming to life with the soft sounds of morning. Archimedes' study is filled with the gentle glow of dawn, his scrolls illuminated by the first rays of light. The work continues, the questions remain, and the journey of discovery goes on. In this moment, you're wrapped in a blanket of peace and possibility. The story of Archimedes whispers to you that the pursuit of knowledge is a path without end, a journey that brings fulfillment and joy. His life is a reminder that even the smallest insights can lead to the greatest understandings, that patience and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the universe's secrets. As you drift deeper into the serene embrace of sleep, let the story of Archimedes continue to weave through your thoughts like a gentle current. His life reminds us that the universe is filled with puzzles waiting to be solved, and each quiet moment of reflection brings us closer to understanding its secrets. The night is calm now, and the echoes of his discoveries linger softly in your mind. Imagine the gentle rhythm of the sea, the waves rising and falling in a soothing eternal dance. The moon casts a silvery light upon the water, its reflection shimmering and rippling with each movement. This same sea, with its endless motion, once inspired Archimedes to develop theories of fluid mechanics, his brilliant mind observing patterns and laws hidden in the simplest of things. To him, the sea was more than just water. It was a universe of knowledge, a place where physics, geometry, and nature met in perfect harmony. Allow yourself to float upon this tranquil sea, the waves cradling you with their soft, steady motion. The worries of the day dissolve, carried away by the tides. Each breath you take is like the rise and fall of the waves, a rhythm of life, of peace, of calm. You're held safely in this space of quiet discovery, where the world's complexities fade into simplicity, and every thought leads you closer to rest. Picture Archimedes seated on a sun-warmed rock by the shoreline, a piece of parchment resting on his knee. The wind tousles his hair as he sketches shapes and equations with a steady hand. His eyes are focused, yet there is a deep peace in his expression. The world is his canvas, and with every observation, every calculation, he adds a stroke to the masterpiece of human knowledge. His mind is a sanctuary, a place where curiosity flows freely, unencumbered by doubt or fear. In your own mind, you too have this sanctuary, a place where thoughts drift like clouds, where questions are welcomed, and where answers are like stars twinkling softly in the night sky. There is no need to rush, no pressure to understand everything at once. The act of wondering, of exploring, is enough. This quiet space within you is a reflection of Archimedes' own calm, thoughtful mind, a place where peace and discovery coexist. As the night deepens, the sounds of Syracuse fade into stillness. The bustling markets, the clink of hammers in workshops, the calls of merchants, all grow quieter, like the world itself is gently falling asleep. The only sounds that remain are the whispering of the sea and the soft sigh of the breeze. Archimedes continues his work, his mind at ease, immersed in the beauty of the world's mysteries. In his final moments, Archimedes was said to have been absorbed in thought, drawing figures in the sand. Even as chaos swirled around him, his focus remained unbroken, his mind lost in contemplation. This dedication, this unwavering love of knowledge, is a gentle reminder that we, too, can find peace in the simple act of thinking, of observing, of being present with our thoughts. As you breathe in deeply, imagine the sand beneath your feet, warm and soft. The gentle waves wash over your toes, each ripple a soft caress that soothes and relaxes you. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, the boundary between sea and sky blurred by a golden haze. This endless horizon is like the realm of knowledge, a place where there is always more to explore, more to understand, more to discover. Feel the weight of your body sinking into comfort, your muscles relaxing, your mind unwinding. The story of Archimedes lingers like a comforting presence, a reminder that within you is the potential for great insight, for curiosity, for peace. You are part of the same universe that Archimedes sought to understand, a universe filled with beauty, logic, and wonder. Now let go completely, surrendering to the calm embrace of sleep. The sea of your thoughts grows still, the waves gentle and soothing. The stars above shine with a quiet brilliance, each one a beacon of endless possibility. You're safe here, wrapped in the warmth of the night, guided by the gentle wisdom of Archimedes' journey. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May this story of discovery, resilience, and curiosity guide you into a deep, restful slumber. Let Archimedes' legacy remind you that every question, every thought, every moment of wonder is a step toward understanding the world around you. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are part of a grand, beautiful universe, and that peace and curiosity are always within your reach. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided, dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else. To the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarios, written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatised his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, the Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest seeds of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single faction or rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres, Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated. His head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic. It was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici," I came, I saw, I conquered. Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest. but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the Republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of command auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen, Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganize the state. And reorganize it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognized him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Iulius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together, in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture, and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer. Cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realize that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the piece of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower, as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing silence remains. Aristotle's story begins over 2,000 years ago, in 384 BCE, in the ancient city of Stagira, located in northern Greece. Born to a physician named Nicomachus and his wife Phaestis, Aristotle came into the world surrounded by a mix of science, medicine, and tradition. His father's role as the physician to the royal court of Macedon meant that Aristotle grew up in an environment deeply rooted in observation, inquiry, and the natural sciences. Even as a child, he showed a curious and inquisitive nature, traits that would come to define his life and work. However, Aristotle's early life was not without hardship. His parents passed away when he was still a boy, leaving him orphaned at a young age. Despite this loss, he was taken in by a guardian and received an education that emphasized both discipline and exploration. His early exposure to the workings of the natural world, combined with the structured environment of his upbringing, set the stage for his intellectual journey. At the age of 17, Aristotle travelled to Athens, the intellectual and cultural centre of the ancient world. There, he enrolled in Plato's academy, a prestigious school founded by the renowned philosopher Plato. Aristotle quickly distinguished himself as a brilliant student, one whose mind seemed boundless in its capacity for inquiry. For 20 years he studied under Plato, immersing himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the natural sciences. Though Aristotle greatly admired Plato, he did not always agree with his teacher's ideas. While Plato focused on the realm of ideal forms, Aristotle's mind was drawn to the tangible, the observable, and the concrete. He believed that understanding the world required examining it directly, through observation and experience. This difference in approach would later define Aristotle's own philosophy, setting it apart from that of his mentor. After Plato's death, Aristotle left Athens and began a period of travel and teaching. He journeyed across the Greek world, sharing his knowledge and expanding his understanding of different cultures and environments. During this time, he also married a woman named Pythias, with whom he would have a daughter. His travels brought him to the court of King Philip II of Macedon, where he was tasked with an extraordinary responsibility, tutoring the young prince, Alexander, who would later become known as Alexander the Great. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. While the prince was destined for military conquest and political leadership, Aristotle introduced him to the worlds of philosophy, science, and ethics. He encouraged Alexander to think critically and to approach his rule with wisdom and fairness. Though their paths would eventually diverge, the relationship between teacher and student left a lasting impact on both. In 335 BCE, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. The Lyceum was more than just a place of learning. It was a community of thinkers and scholars dedicated to exploring every aspect of the world. Aristotle and his students walked the grounds of the Lyceum, engaging in discussions that range from biology and physics to ethics and politics. These peripatetic discussions, as they were called, became a hallmark of Aristotle's teaching style. Aristotle's curiosity knew no bounds. He sought to understand the world in its entirety, cataloguing plants and animals, studying the stars, and analysing human behaviour. His work was both broad and detailed, reflecting his belief that knowledge was interconnected. To Aristotle, understanding one aspect of the world helped illuminate the others. His contributions to philosophy were groundbreaking. Aristotle developed a system of logic that laid the foundation for scientific inquiry. He believed that knowledge could be built through observation, reasoning, and experimentation. This approach contrasted with the purely theoretical methods of his predecessors, and it marked the beginning of a more empirical way of thinking that would influence science for centuries to come. Aristotle's writings covered nearly every subject imaginable. He explored metaphysics, examining the nature of existence and reality. He wrote extensively on ethics, proposing that the goal of life was to achieve eudaimonia, or flourishing through the cultivation of virtue. In politics, he analysed the structures of government and society, emphasising the importance of balance and justice. Yet, Aristotle was not infallible. Like all thinkers of his time, his work was shaped by the cultural and historical context in which he lived. Some of his ideas, particularly those on natural hierarchy and gender roles, reflected the limitations of his era. Even so, his methods of inquiry and his commitment to understanding the world continue to resonate. As Aristotle's influence grew, so too did the challenges he faced. In his later years, political tensions in Athens made his position increasingly precarious. Following the death of Alexander the Great, anti-Macedonian sentiment in the city put Aristotle, with his ties to the Macedonian court, under scrutiny. Accused of impiety, he chose to leave Athens, reportedly saying that he would not allow the city to sin twice against philosophy, a reference to the execution of Socrates decades earlier. Aristotle spent his final years in the city of Chalcis, where he continued to write and reflect. He passed away in 322 BCE at the age of 62, leaving behind a legacy that would endure for millennia. His works, preserved and studied over the centuries, became a cornerstone of Western thought, influencing fields as diverse as science, ethics, politics, and art. As you reflect on Aristotle's life, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a peaceful state of relaxation. His journey reminds us of the power of curiosity, the value of inquiry, and the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Aristotle's life was not just about answers, It was about asking the right questions and seeking understanding in all things. Feel the quiet wisdom of his teachings as they settle in your mind, a gentle reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey, not a destination. Let the story of Aristotle inspire you to embrace curiosity and to find wonder in the world around you. Now, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the serene halls of the Lyceum, the soft murmurs of philosophical discussions, and the gentle rustling of leaves as Aristotle and his students walk under the shade of ancient trees. Let these images carry you into restful dreams, where the wisdom of the past illuminates the infinite possibilities of tomorrow. As you continue to relax, let the profound legacy of Aristotle's life unfold in your mind. His dedication to understanding the world wasn't just about acquiring knowledge. It was about seeking harmony, balance, and truth in everything around him. Aristotle believed that knowledge was interconnected, and through his teachings, he encouraged others to see the unity between the natural world, human behaviour, and the cosmos itself. Imagine Aristotle walking through the Lyceum, the warm sun filtering through the trees as he engaged in thoughtful discussions with his students. His words carried a sense of purpose, guiding those who followed him to think critically and observe the world with care. These walks, known as peripatetic lectures, were not just a means of sharing knowledge, they were a journey of discovery, where every step brought new insights and understanding. Aristotle's influence reached far beyond his own lifetime. His writings were preserved and studied by scholars throughout history, shaping the foundations of many disciplines. In the Middle Ages, his works became central to both Islamic and European philosophy, earning him the title of the philosopher among medieval scholars. His contributions to logic, ethics, and the natural sciences provided a framework for future thinkers, from Thomas Aquinas to Galileo Galilei. In the realm of ethics, Aristotle's concept of virtue remains timeless. He believed that the key to a fulfilling life was finding the balance between extremes, a concept he called the golden mean. For Aristotle, courage lay between recklessness and cowardice, generosity between stinginess and extravagance. This philosophy of moderation offers a calming and thoughtful perspective, reminding us that harmony often lies in balance. As you reflect on these teachings, let their wisdom bring a sense of calm and clarity. The idea that life's challenges can be approached with balance and thoughtfulness is a comforting reminder that, even in times of uncertainty, there is a path forward that brings peace and understanding. Aristotle's work on the natural sciences was equally revolutionary. He believed that observation and experience were the keys to understanding the world. He meticulously studied plants, animals, and celestial phenomena, striving to uncover the principles that governed their existence. His efforts to categorize and explain the natural world laid the groundwork for modern scientific inquiry, inspiring countless generations of researchers to follow in his footsteps. Picture Aristotle seated in quiet contemplation, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, his mind alight with questions about the universe. The gentle hum of the world around him, the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds served as the backdrop to his endless curiosity. This serene image reminds us of the beauty of learning and the quiet joy of discovery. In his exploration of politics, Aristotle emphasized the importance of community and the role of government in promoting the common good. He studied different forms of governance, analysing their strengths and weaknesses. His belief that humans are political animals underscores our innate desire for connection and cooperation. Aristotle's insights into the nature of society encourage us to think deeply about the ways we interact with one another and the systems we create to support our collective well-being. As the rain falls gently outside your window, imagine the ancient world Aristotle inhabited, a world filled with wonder, where the mysteries of existence invited exploration and understanding. Let his story remind you that curiosity is a gift, one that opens the door to endless possibilities. Now, as you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the stars shining above the Lyceum, their light guiding Aristotle and his students as they pondered the mysteries of life. The gentle rhythm of their footsteps, the soft murmur of their voices, and the stillness of the night create a peaceful atmosphere, one that invites you to find rest and serenity in your own journey. Aristotle's life was a testament to the power of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the interconnectedness of all things. His teachings remind us that knowledge is not just about understanding the world, it's about finding our place within it and striving to live in harmony with ourselves and others. Let the quiet wisdom of Aristotle's journey settle into your thoughts as you rest. His legacy is not just one of intellectual brilliance, but of a life deeply dedicated to understanding the beauty and complexity of existence. Aristotle saw the world not as a collection of separate pieces, but as an intricate tapestry, where each thread is connected to the others in profound and meaningful ways. Imagine the calm serenity of ancient Greece, the golden sunlight cascading over the white stone columns of the Lyceum as Aristotle strolled its pathways, surrounded by students eager to learn. They debated, questioned, and explored every aspect of life, from the nature of the stars above to the behaviour of the animals in the fields nearby. Their conversations were filled with curiosity and wonder, a reflection of Aristotle's belief that every question, no matter how simple or complex, was worth pursuing. Aristotle's ability to bridge different disciplines was one of his greatest strengths. He saw no boundary between science and philosophy, ethics and politics, or art and nature. To him, everything was interconnected, part of a greater whole that deserved to be studied and understood. This holistic view of the world is a reminder of the beauty that lies in seeing the bigger picture, in understanding that each small piece contributes to something far greater than itself. As you drift further into relaxation, let the harmony of Aristotle's teachings bring you peace. His philosophy of balance and moderation encourages us to find calm in the chaos, to seek the middle ground where we can flourish. The idea of the golden mean is not just a guide for making choices, it is an invitation to live with grace and intention, to approach life with a steady and thoughtful heart. Picture Aristotle at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and notes, the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his work. The quiet hum of the night provides the perfect backdrop for his thoughts, as he meticulously records his observations and ideas. Each stroke of his pen represents a step forward in humanity's understanding of the world. This image is a reminder that even the grandest achievements begin with quiet moments of reflection and dedication. Aristotle's life was also a testament to resilience. Despite the challenges he faced, from personal loss to political exile, he never stopped asking questions, never stopped seeking to understand. His commitment to learning and teaching, even in the face of adversity, is a powerful reminder that knowledge and curiosity are forces that can overcome even the greatest obstacles. Now, as you relax and prepare to drift into sleep, imagine the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shores of ancient Greece, the rhythmic flow of the sea echoing the timeless nature of Aristotle's wisdom. His story reminds us that the search for knowledge is an endless journey, one that brings us closer not only to the world around us, but also to ourselves. Let your breathing slow as you picture the peaceful gardens of the Lyceum, where Aristotle's students gathered to learn and grow. The rustling of leaves in the wind and the soft murmur of philosophical discussions create a tranquil atmosphere, one that invites you to rest and reflect. As the calm of the night surrounds you, let the echoes of Aristotle's wisdom carry you further into a restful state. His life's journey reminds us of the power of patience and persistence, the idea that true understanding unfolds slowly, like the petals of a flower opening to the morning sun. Each step he took, each question he asked, was a step toward unravelling the mysteries of life. Imagine the gentle rhythm of Aristotle's daily routines at the Lyceum, the sun casting soft shadows over the gardens, where he and his students would walk and talk. The air would have been filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of birds singing, creating a serene environment for thought and reflection. It was in these simple, unhurried moments that some of the most profound ideas in human history were born. Aristotle's approach to life and learning reminds us that it's okay to take our time, to explore the world with curiosity and wonder. He understood that knowledge is not something to be rushed. It is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds gradually and beautifully. This philosophy of patience and exploration is one we can carry with us, a gentle reminder to approach our own lives with care and intention. Aristotle often turned his gaze upward, marvelling at the vastness of the universe and pondering the mysteries it held. To him, the stars were not just distant points of light. They were part of a grand, interconnected cosmos, a reminder of our place within something far greater than ourselves. Let this thought bring you a sense of peace and wonder as you rest. Aristotle's teachings also emphasize the importance of community and connection. He believed that humans are social beings, meant to live and work together in harmony. His ideas about politics and ethics were grounded in this belief, highlighting the value of cooperation, fairness, and mutual respect. These principles continue to resonate, reminding us of the importance of building strong, supportive relationships with those around us. As you relax further, imagine the soft murmurs of conversation in the Lyceum, the voices of students and scholars blending together in a gentle symphony of learning. The warmth of their shared curiosity and the strength of their connections created an environment where ideas could flourish. Let this image remind you of the power of community, the way it supports and uplifts us, even in our quietest moments. Aristotle's dedication to understanding the natural world was unparalleled. He believed that by observing and studying the world around us, we could uncover the principles that govern life itself. From the smallest insect to the vast expanse of the heavens, Aristotle approached every subject with the same level of curiosity and care. His work laid the foundation for countless discoveries, inspiring generations of thinkers to explore and question. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Aristotle walking along a quiet beach at sunrise, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The golden light of dawn illuminates his path, a symbol of the new ideas and possibilities that each day brings. This peaceful scene reflects the quiet strength of his mind and the endless potential for discovery that lies within us all. Let your breathing slow as you embrace the calm and tranquility of this moment. The story of Aristotle's life is one of resilience, curiosity, and an unyielding desire to understand. His teachings remind us that no matter how complex the world may seem, there is always beauty to be found in the search for knowledge. As you fall into a deep, restful sleep, let the timeless wisdom of Aristotle's journey inspire your dreams. Imagine the serenity of the Lyceum, the warmth of shared ideas, and the quiet joy of exploring the mysteries of life. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May your dreams be peaceful and filled with wonder. Sweet dreams, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination. It was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasized in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ's College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work on the origin of species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognizing the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life, including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior and the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition. It was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different, because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion, and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us.